Hello. Ladies and boys, welcome to the stream. I know this is a very unusual time for me to be live, but I am because I got work to do. I am way behind on my mod pack. There are about 70 warships in my mod pack that need high detail textures. And that number keeps growing, and I've decided to add this brand new slot to my schedule where I'll be working on my mod pack earlier in the day, and then we'll do our gaming streams later in the day. I think that is reasonable, and that should be able to allow me to get what I want to get done, well done. So, order of business of what skin we're working on right now is because in World Warships, this patch 11.5, the US destroyers got themselves remodeled, at least starting at the Mayhem leading up to the gearing. So now we need to make new skins for these ships. I got some base quality skins done for the Fletcher and the gearing, but I ran out of time to be able to go to even get the base quality done for the Mayhem and the Benson. That is what we will be working on in your Photoshop. So we go here. We should already have my files prepared here. That's the old Mayhem texture, and this is the new one. ASD047. That's the small version of the texture. We need the large one. Paste. Oh, and music. We should get music going. Apologies. There. That should do it. There we go. There's the full-size texture. Now, delete the one we don't need and open new. That should be just about everything we need. Do we have the full-sized? That's a full-sized right there. We'll also take the bump map as well. Pop that out. Not that we're editing it, but it's a useful reference point. Base color, charcoal. Label it. Label everything. White. Get the red. Filtering out the green and blue channels. Label. Empty it. Empty the mask there. Label that correctly. White, red. Add a layer mask. There. We're going to first of all do the hull and work our way upwards from that. So, anyone who is watching, how are you doing? How has your week been? I had a busy week off trying to get my mod pack out, and, well, it took so long that I realized that I need to be doing these, skinning streams. Otherwise, that's going to happen every time I have a week off, which means I'll effectively have no time off. One day that I did have off, not having to work on my mod pack, was yesterday, and I spent the entire day yesterday preparing content for Elden Ring streams, where basically I just sorted through all the things I've collected in the game, see what I'm missing. Spoiler alert, there's a shit ton. I'm missing about 300 or so individual unique items. And yeah, so I didn't really get much in the way of time to like do more enjoyable things like watch anime or read or any of the other things that make life worth living. How about you? How are you guys doing? Feel free, don't be afraid to chat. I don't bite. Free to talk about anything you want, anything you find interesting. Mounting point for the rudder guard. Right here. Or not rudder guard, prop guard. Check the propellers of the ship when it's docked up against a dock or other ships. The propellers extend out a bit beyond the hull of the ship. Hoping I can have the Mayhem done by the end of today's art stream. Interesting way that the plating's been done here. Like they have a plate right here, but the plate is overlapped by these plates here. That's a very unusual way to weave them together. Don't recall ever seeing that before on another ship. Because typically they would just simply have the plates be on the top layer for the whole bit. Make any sort of maintenance needed to if they ever need to replace this plate because the anchor has done too much damage to the plate. It would make replacing it a lot easier if it was completely on the surface. Very strange. Anyone watching, do hydrate yourselves. Be on good, please. Take care of yourselves. Right. 12. The other covered over. What's also nab these as well. Kinda hard to see them though. In game you can definitely see them a bit. And we're also going to fix the textures for these 127s right here. These textures are clearly broken. The Ford 127s are fine though. Or are they? No, they're also broken. They've also been remodeled. Alright. Noted. Listening to the some of the OST for Elden Ring, by the way. For that reason, we'll be deleting the VOD for this afterwards. That's probably going to be a similar case with all of my modbag working streams. hopefully I can just duplicate this over. Hopefully the details aren't too different. Alignment is looking good. Need to add that. I am Samarth. Welcome. How are you doing? It's been a while since I've seen you, I think. Been a hot minute. How are you doing? What you been up to? Welcome to the stream. And congratulations, you're the first chatter. We played in co-op yesterday? Yes, I did do about 3 or 4 battles in co-op yesterday, just testing some test ships. How you doing? Overworked, but other than that, doing pretty good. We both of the sides of the hull done. You ran with Woeful once, that was me. You had crooked lowercase? 6. No. I don't think my username has ever been completely lowercase. I do recall playing with you, Wolfle. Yes. With, Min, right? Are you talking about when I was playing yesterday, Ian? Midday-ish, sort of, ish? I don't remember what it was that I played. It was, I did a couple of matches in the Indefatigable to test out the new torpedo mechanic. I also played in the Duncan, test out how her changes were looking. Obviously, I can't describe my opinion of these ships, NDA, and after all, but I did play with them. Played with our noun yet. I wouldn't remember who I was playing with. I was solely focused on just testing how the ships were performing, so that I could get a little bit of familiarity with them. Yeah, the only ships I played with recently was Indefatigable and the Duncan. Excuse me. have myself some orange juice. How about you? You better have yourself something tasty to drink there. I am Smurf, and anyone else watching, hydrate yourselves, take care of yourselves. Hydration very important, especially with the hot weather. You know, it's getting quite hot even in here. Even here in Canada, it's getting quite hot. So you guys can visually see what I'm accomplished thus far. Takes it some time to do a render, about 30 or so seconds. Done. Look at the Mayhem. You can see what we were up to here. Now I just gotta do with painting of the rest of this superstructure. The decal's done, and then the ship will be almost done. I'm gonna fix the textures on the 127mm gardens. No idea where on the superstructure this is, but bottom to the top within the texture file, that should nab everything. This being only a tier 6 tech 3 ship, the only high fidelity texturing detailing we'll worry about is the doors and the windows. After all, I don't think players will keep onto the Mayhem for very long, or at least most players won't. The super high quality textures I typically only do for either premiums or top tier ships. Ships that players are likely to hold on to for a very long time. I appreciate that, Samuth. Yes, expect this to be a new regular addition to my streaming schedule. Doing these earlier in the day streams where I'll be working on my mod pack, because that is the only way I can continue maintaining my mod pack. I am so fucking behind on my mod pack. There are about 78 ships that need high quality texturing done. Out of the 600 or so ships in the game. And I need to be doing, in order to at least outpace Wargaming. Wargaming adds, I for my mathematician, roughly 8 ships average. Sorry, roughly 7-ish ships per patch. Obviously, that number fluctuates greatly depending whether or not there's a tech tree or not being added, but evening it out, about 6 or 7-ish ships average. So, in order to be able to catch up, I need to be producing about 8 new ship skins, high quality ship skins a patch. And unfortunately, or at least this batch, I only produced 2. So I need either volunteers who can help me with my mod pack, which I am really, it's being advertised in my mod pack, the fact that I'm looking for volunteers on every loading window. It's there. So people who enjoy my mod pack would obviously be aware I am looking for volunteers. Now, if a single volunteer could even produce just 1 skin per patch, that would be a massive help. That would be like 15% of my workload in order to be at quota. Be on quota, guess would be the term. I'll certainly teach anyone who's interested. I can certainly teach. Be in this lower portion. I don't want those painted in. These pieces, though, yes, and those pieces. Those should be the last pieces, probably. So, tuning and watching, what's up? What shows have you been watching? Any shows you want to discuss with me, or any other subject? Because this whole stream is just going to be me doing this, and that could get boring. So, please feel free to bring up any topics you want to discuss. I've been watching Kenobi. I've been rather enjoying Kenobi. Although, production quality is, I would say they're doing a very good job at hiding how low the budget is. Because if the budget wasn't low, there would be no excuse for why the Grand Inquisitor looks the way he does, or other certain questionable things happening. Some set pieces not looking very convincing, like the whole I remember when Kenobi had to go around a fence that he could have easily just walked around, but instead he decided to shoot the control console in order to make the plasma fence go down. Like, why? I want to like the show, I really do, but it's definitely not as good as The Mandalorian. I can definitely say that. It's not as good as The Mandalorian. Yeah, it is. Don't want this piece painted in. Ooh. Right. Cut this off. There. Right, yep. One of these pieces is mirrored. We'll do render with that, see what it is looking like. Seconds. My Photoshop reappears on screen, the rendering will be done. There's oh, now this is my favorite song in the Elden Ring OST. The Godskin Apostle OST is a fucking banger. So in. Same piece unless this piece has been mirrored. Again, there's been a lot of pieces on this thing that are needlessly mirrored, so I'm going to assume it is. are printing in Windows now. Ow! Winston! Welcome. Surprised you're here this early in the day. How are you doing, Winston? So, if you haven't caught my schedule, Winston, we're adding this new slot early in the day for me to be working on me Mortback. And I'll be, at least for this week, well, I'm experimenting with it. I'm going to do this early slot in the day for dedicated to Mortback working between Monday to Friday. And in the 7 to 12 slot is still there, where we'll be doing games. Of course, tonight we'll be doing Elden Ring. This stream will end at 4, and then that'll give me 3 hours to do any sort of midday rest, dinner, anything else I need to do, and then I'll be back at 7 for the Elden Ring stream. How's your week, Winston? I know, it's been a while. Did you miss me? I know you did. Ah! I missed you too. But yeah, my off work due to your knee. Oh, did you injure your knee? I'm sure about that. That's the case. I hope your knee gets better soon. Already had bad knees and it's just in the right spot as well. My right knee is sometimes starts hurting spontaneously. Always been like that ever since I was a small child. Right knee has always occasionally decided to act up. But it hasn't done it recently. Granted. Depends on how much activity I'm doing, I guess. Busy. My week was busy trying to get my Mortback out, and I didn't do that until, so, of course, my week off started last Monday, and then I worked on my Mortback to get my Mortback out, and I worked on that every day until Saturday, and it didn't get out until late Saturday, which meant the only real day off I had was Sunday, yesterday. And I spent a good portion of Sunday, probably a good 6 or 7 hours or so, compiling a list of things that I still need to find in Elden Ring. Comparing stuff with what I've got in my inventory and what I'm missing. And there's about 300 or so items. Oh dear. So, we definitely ain't done yet. Just because we got to the ending doesn't mean it's the end. We could start New Game Plus, but, and for some of the items we will have to start New Game Plus. Some of the items I've missed out on forever, in this world. In my first playthrough of Elden Ring, and we'll have to wait until my next playthrough. But that's only a small portion of the items that I'm missing. And that is why I've added this slot to my schedule to work on my mod pack, so that I don't end up having to do such a worker. So that I can actually have bloody weeks off. Hopefully. Or I can just relax, watch anime, read manga, anything else I want to get up to. I mean, I'll still have to pump out the mod pack, but at least I can hopefully be able to do it on the day the patch arrives. Thus at least giving me half a week of time for me to do anything I bloody want. I mean, this is work that I was already doing beforehand, but I'll admit I am a procrastinator, and I wasn't doing it very well. Which is why I've decided to stream this work, that way I actually get it bloody done. Thank you. Nope. I'm ramming off work due to my need. His selling is mad hard. I won a gunpla building contest. Ooh, Pog! Poggers, congrats on that. I'd ask more about it, but I don't know enough about gunpla to be able to make any sort of, meaningful questions and such, but I'm glad you won a contest there. Sure you put in the effort and won it. Fair and square. My limited knowledge on gunpla comes from Gundam's build fighters. And the one Gundam model that I did build when I was small. This piece right here. listening to the music. Music of what? Gundam show OSTs, or what we're listening to right now, which is the Elden Ring OST. At least part of it. It's a list compiling all the boss themes, which are bangers. Gundam show OST, yeah. Cool. Indeed it is. In fact, I'll link to you exactly the video we're listening to right here. Linked in the chat. I was considering doing Minecraft today because, you know, the whole, in the later stream today, I was considering doing Minecraft because the whole new Minecraft update has been out, but I'm not sure if the server's been updated. I know that the server went down for the maintenance, but I haven't gotten word whether or not it's back up yet. So I figured, considering putting all that fucking effort yesterday, sorting shit for Elden Ring, we'll do Elden Ring today. We'll do Elden Ring today all the way until Thursday, and then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday we'll be doing World Warships. Because this is the last patch I have in World Warships before the economy rework happens next patch. Which means I need to get me hands on that camouflage, which means I need to fucking rank out this patch. Are you asking about next patch or this patch? Listen. Oh, the Minecraft update. The Minecraft update is the Wild update. Now, this update has been criticized a little bit of being a little on the lackluster side, but there were things the developers suggested that people thought were promises but weren't promises, so there's a little bit of controversy on that. But what the patch to Minecraft, the Wild update, brought was brought frogs as a new mob, and using frogs you can get frog lights. It's a bit of a convoluted farming process to do that. It brought in, most notably, the Deep Dark Cities, which are ancient cities that you can find deep underground. In them you can find some interesting loot, not a lot, but some interesting loot. Including, for example, a new, what's it called? Enchantment. A new enchantment for your leggings called Swift Sneak. Basically, when you sneak about, you'll be able to sneak about faster. It also brought in, chest boats. So your boat can have a chest on it to help you bring stuff about. Is nice, I guess. Still hoping for them to add canoes to the game for bigger boats, but that's another topic. And they also added the Mangrove Swamp, a new biome. Some of the swamp biomes in the world will be replaced with a variant called the Mangrove Swamp, which will have the new mangrove tree. the new mangrove tree has a very interesting color of wood that is red in color. That's something I'm very looking forward to getting me hands on. Yes, and of course with the mangrove wood you can make anything you can currently make out of wood, so the boats, slabs, stairs, fences, doors, hatches, etc. See what else? What else was that? Oh yes, there's a new another new mob, the Alley, which is an interesting mob. It's a little hard to get, but what it does is basically you can give the Alley an item, and it'll keep its eyes out in the world for that item to show up. And if it finds it, it will pick it up and bring it to you. Or it'll bring it to a designated spot that you can designate with a note block. Makes it a useful mob that can help you collect items. And the mob is breedable as well. So once you get yourself just one, and it's a self-reproducing mob, and it's asexual in that sense, where you can take one and duplicate it into two beings. All you have to do is play music for it, and then give it a shard, amethyst shard. Give it an amethyst shard while it's listening to music, and it'll duplicate itself into a new being. The item it's carrying isn't duplicated, so there's no duping glitch or anything. But in that sense, you only need one of these mobs to be able to have as many of them as you're going to need. So it's an interesting breeding mechanic that it has. And that was all. And that particular ability for you to be able to get more of this mob was only just added near the end of the development cycle. So I'm sure there are many people who are not even aware of that particular capability of the Alley. And the chessboat can also act as a very interesting redstone component, because the chessboat will, the entire hitbox of the boat can be interacted with a hopper, either above or below the boat, so that you can offload or load stuff into the boat. But because how big boats are, you could have up to 9 hoppers being pointed into it and out from it at the same time. So it certainly has some interesting potential for sorting systems. I haven't seen anybody publish a design for a new sorting system that uses the chessboat as a key component, but there is possibilities with it. It's a new option a new card up the sleeve, you can say. So I'm sure somebody will come up with a design that'll make the chest boat an essential component. Now, going back on the bit that I mentioned about people being disappointed, is people were expecting Minecraft devs to also be updating the birch biome, because the birch biome is kind of sucks right now. It's just basically a retextured oak wood forest, and they showed off concept art of what they were thinking they would do for the birch biome, but they didn't do it. They never promised they would. They just showed concept art, and people saw that as a promise, and now people are upset. And what they were showing looked, in the concept art, looked pretty promising. It would have much taller birch trees, bring in some new flower types, bring shelf mushrooms. You know those mushrooms that grow on trees and sort like shelves? That was in the concept art. And as well as the possibility of having hollow logs. So the ability to make a log hollow, that would be very interesting and aesthetically very pleasing, and possibly some interesting uses for it as well. So where's the floor for this bridge? Bridge's floor is probably shared with this piece right here, I'd imagine. That's the roof. Oh. Okay, it's not a shared piece. It's not connected here to wherever the bridge floor is. I need to find a piece that looks like this that's not that piece, because that one's the roof. Pretty sure that's the roof. It's the roof because you can see it has the attachment points for the director right there. Is it? Maybe. Bit vague on the details though. We'll paint it and do a test run to see how it looks. After done with Mayhem, we're working on the Benson. This Benson, as well as the rest of the, as well as the Fletcher and the gearing, are also remodeled. I do have base quality skins done for the Fletcher and the gearing, as I was at least able to squeeze in enough time to be able to do a base quality skin. But you can see I don't have any of the windows or doors done. So we'll be working on this one as well. Not sure if we'll get to it today, but it's just one of the things we'll be working on. Are we done rendering? Yep. There we go. And our guess was correct. We did get the floor. Just need to illuminate it. We now that piece as well. Good. And that one. Good. Good. Now this is a new first that I've noticed on the remodeled USNDDs is them having the tourney thing. No idea what this is called, but the thing that you would turn in or lock the door. These things are actually modeled. Usually it's just a flat part of the texture. That's cool, I guess. Yes, indeed, it is almost time for the finale, and I hear it's going to be a long one, of an hour and 20 minutes, or something like that. So that probably includes the credits, but yeah. They better, I hope it was worth it. All the budgets, low budgets things that have been in the shows thus far. The low budget costume for the Grand Inquisitor. The what else? The some of the props and like the fence that Kenobi had to go through that he could just have walked around, but instead had to shoot the console in order to get the laser fence to go down. He could have just walked around, like, bruv. That must have been one of the budgetary things, and if they put the budget thing into it, they would have had the fence go all the way around. All the way across the hill. Like, the only reason I could imagine in that scenario why would it make sense to shoot and try to take the fence down is if he was planning to steal the truck, but it didn't look like that's what he was going to do. I mean, if he was going to steal the truck and use it and carry the truck through, then yeah, that would make sense why he would need to take the fence down, but aside from that, there is no need for him to do that. I would definitely say that the Kenobi series is not as strong as I would have hoped it would have been. It's definitely not as good as The Mandalorian, suffice to say. I'd say Kenobi is currently on par with the Book of Boba Fett. But maybe they can fix that in Kenobi Season 2, which I believe has just recently been confirmed. Boomer rumor? That's a new thing. And then again, boomers like sharing rumors, don't they? Right, something I discovered here looking at the new models is one that they did for the gearing, because they didn't do a full job in the sense of they did not do the remodel, or at least they didn't use the remodel on the Bumblebee skin. The Bumblebee skin here, or cow, rather, is still using the old model. We take off the camo. You can see the shape of the ship is a little different. Some of the more obvious details are different between the two different models. Is the support for this gun deck, AA gun deck, is very different, as well as the shape of this piece right here is very different. Whereas on the old model, it didn't cut in that way, and the supports are very different right here for the gun deck. But most notably is if you look at the ship's the armor layout matches the new model, which means it doesn't match with what is going on the old model. So you can see right here, the old model was taller, the new one is shorter. Right here, most notably around the bridge, as well as the smokestacks are very different shaped on the old model compared to the new one. Also, there's the old model is slightly bigger right here, as well as on the bow right here. And just overall, the old model was thicker than the new one. This is just an interesting way you can compare old to new directly in-game if you have this camo. Whereas with the new model, you can clearly see without the Bumblebee camo, it matches up perfectly on the size of everything. So it's validation for what I'm saying here by looking at it like this. Hmm, 21 millimeters. What's 21? The hull's 19. That's 13. So what is range of armor thickness 17 to 24? What the fuck has well armored to 24 millimeters on this ship? For some reason that bit is 20. As well as the keel is also 20. Interesting. Interesting. Very curious. I'll open up the old Mayhem textures just so that I've got a comparison of how things used to be laid out. That I can mimic that. Also, they've shifted which era of the Mayhem that this ship represents. As used in the old Mayhem before the remodel was the 1936 version. Now we've got the 1942 version of the ship. Alright, we'll go to the doors, and once we're done with the doors, we'll start putting on the text and other decals. Okay, so there goes clean that time. show you something. Notes here. Elden Ring checklist. Here we go. So this is what I was working on like all yesterday. Compiling a list of everything I am still missing. Look at all that stuff. This took a good 8 hours or so to be able to compile this list. Talismans, and I didn't even get the spells, summons, or crystal tears. I figured I'd hold off on compiling the spells until I'd bought everything there is to buy from Muriel and then compare, and then compile a list from that. There's a few objects here that have an X beside them because they're actually removed content from the game that you can't acquire. But I've decided to list them in just in case they get added to the game later in a DLC or something. Including some armor sets that are not currently available in the game, period. There's 3 armor sets like that. You can see like this right here is just the armor sets. And then the individual armor pieces that don't belong to a set, it's right here. And then the rest of all this are weapons that I don't have. And a lot of these are require farming up, and a good portion, I'd say about half of these items, roughly speaking, are going to require me to farm a particular mob until that mob drops it. So we're going to be crafting ourselves a whole loads and loads of silver pickled foulfoots. Yeah, well, without this organization, I'd never be able to get it done correctly. But yeah, I knew this taking this list together would take a while, but I didn't expect it to take me bloody 8 hours to put this list together. But I fucking did, and I am annoyed that it took so long, but I'm happy that it's done. Ish. Well, missing the spell section and these sections right here. I'm also missing 2 cracked pots and 2 ritual pots that are somewhere in the world. That's gonna take a while to get, but I got an idea of where they might be. I was watching a recent video on the old YouTubes of somebody playing with a randomizer, and he went to a couple spots that I didn't realize were spots you could get to. Oh, I think where I know where a couple items might be. I mean, if I really wanted to organize it, I would organize the items by which region in the world you have to go to find those items, but I figured even that would be a little bit too much effort on my part. I'll just go through the items one as they appeared in my list. Right. Okay. Back to doing this. Lined? Yes. that's a door with a slightly different design, I think. Oh, it is the same design, just simply has a hood on top of it as well. I've also been planning what build I want to be doing for my Journey 2 for Elden Ring, and I don't actually have the weapon that I plan to be using yet, so that's among the things that we'll be going for. Luckily, it's a farmable weapon, and I say luckily because what I want to do something unique where I have 3 of the same weapon in my right hand, but they'll be different in that each one of them has a different Ash of War on them. That way, I'm essentially, when I scroll through the weapons in my right hand, I'm essentially just scrolling through different Ashes of War. For an IQ play there. Well, real reason players don't really do that, as far as I've noticed at least, is, well, because that would be heavy to be carrying all those weapons, but because I've spec'd so much into my endurance already, I think I could probably pull it off. Plus, in addition, I'm going very lightly armored. Very light armor next playthrough, because, well, I was slightly disappointed in that so many of the bosses, main game bosses, that I managed to beat in my first try. I mean, that's one thing to be proud of, sure, but it felt like I wasn't being challenged enough. And to that end, I'm also banning myself from using Mimic Tear, because Mimic Tear is just too strong. I will not use Mimic Tear in the next playthrough. Now, even with Mimic Tear, the game would still be harder because when you do a new journey, the game gets harder. Basically, the hit points of all the bosses, of all the mobs, gets higher. The damage they do is increased, and that happens all the way up until Journey 7, where it planes off at. But even with the knowledge that Journey 2 is going to be more difficult on that regard, I'm still banning myself from using Mimic Tear. I'll still use summons, but I won't be using Mimic specifically. This one's a different shape. It's the same shape, just looks like it has the middle cut out. There. And coffee's good, but my tongue's been hurting lately. Damn Fisher tongue that I've got. I have a condition called Fisher tongue. Not pleasant. It's hereditary. My dad has it, and I have it. Yeah, and if you're unfamiliar with Fisher tongue, this may be unpleasant to imagine, but basically, as you get older, your tongue develops fissures in it. If you want to Google it, I urge caution. And by fisher, I'm not talking about like fisher like somebody who fishes. I'm talking fisher as in like a fissure in the ground. So like F-I-S-S-U-R-E, Fisher, not F-E, right, not F-I-S-E-H-E-R, Fisher. So like when the ground is coming apart and a hole develops called like a fissure. That kind of fissure, that's the kind of fissure that Fisher tongue is spelt with. Not fisher as in like somebody who fishes fish. It hurts from time to time, but it's usually fine. Usually it doesn't fine. It just happens to be at this very moment it is hurting a little. It goes through cycles. For a few months it'll be fine, and then for about a week or so, spontaneously it'll just start aching a little bit. Not painful, just a small ache, just enough to be noticeable anytime you eat or drink anything. No. Not really, at least. The only strat that I can use is just eat things that doesn't really interact with my tongue too much. So something that I would like end up chewing at the side of my mouth and then swallowing. That would be the only thing that would really avoid using my tongue too much. But it's a minor thing. It's a minor annoyance. It's not a biggie. And well, there is no treatment for Fisher tongue, really. There is no treatment. It's just something you have to live with for the rest of your life if you just happen to be born into a family that has Fisher tongues. Which I unfortunately am. About, I think it's about 15 or 20% of people who have Fisher tongue, so it's pretty common. You remembered seeing people with it, or remembered hearing about it before, or remembered what? We're almost done the mayhem. Having friends with it and haven't talked about it. My condolences to your friend who also has fisher tongue. Smaller. Subtitle or underline underscore. How does that look? I don't get why it sometimes decides, depending on a very specific pixel coordinate, it'll just decide to make it hyper thin. Makes no sense to me. Oh, and I'm not sure if I mentioned this to you, which I probably did and I just don't remember. But you can see right here, I've switched over to Opera GX. Enjoying it so far. Especially the performance boost. That is monumental. It really is. it was a bit convoluted on getting the passwords transferred, because for some reason the devs for Opera GX disabled it by default, and you had to run a line of code in order to be able to get it to re-enable the feature for password imports. And I had to do that, but beyond that, been pretty excellent. Yeah, maybe they disabled it due to some security came across. It temporarily, maybe they've just temporarily disabled the password import. I mean, they don't say that they've disabled it, but I clicked the password import feature, but it didn't actually take. So I had to do a manual password import by doing the file, because you can get Chrome to export a file with the passwords and then manually install that onto another browser that will read that file. But for some reason, on the Opera GX, the button to upload this file to the browser or to read it, that button was just gone. And I had to run a line of code in order to be able to re-enable that button. So, weird. Maybe it's just a temporary thing that they're trying to suss out. Okay. Yeah, it only took about an hour or so to find somewhere online describing how to fix the issue. Well, an hour and to both find it and implement the fix. But it wasn't too big of a deal. Okay, so I had it balanced so that this corner was near the fourth window. That's there. Like so. There. As for the ship's year, I had it in front of the prop guard. Here. The faded version. Here. And suction by 1 pixel there. Then you reset from the red. There. Also, I think we'll paint over those windows right here. Sealed windows there. Make that a little cleaner. There. That should just about do it. Almost. Almost. We're almost there. Yeah. I was missing a decal on the original Mayhem skin. I was missing my arrow thing that I do. Delicious maple coffee. Here it is. Okay. This unique door right here, and then I think we'll be nearly done with the alpha texture. Or any other sassy bits. Bits that are pure red like the glass on the windows. Kind of like this, but by contrast, we know this is just the wet deck. The deck being wet. Need something that looks like it could be a light bulb or anything else. Light bulb or viewport or something else. be something. Yeah. That's something right here. No idea what it is, but it's something. If your ship ain't wet, you ain't treating her right. Right, there we go. Copy and transfer to the metallic boss. Oh, wrong. There we go. Save the DDS. File. Thank you for the dream and welcome to the stream, and thank you for the posture check as well. Don't stand up and stretch. Oh. Ah. How are you doing? There we go. Good stretch. There we go. Reload the ship. There we go. A Mayhem skin almost done. That's looking good. That's looking very good. Just gotta fix the textures on the main battery guns, which textures they are broken. Free of Elden Ring? What do you mean? We're doing Elden Ring tonight, and we're listening to the Elden Ring OST right now. Plus, look at this. I worked on this all yesterday. I compared with what I have in my Elden Ring inventory to see exactly what items I'm missing, and we're missing all of these weapons and armors. Get all of that done before I start Journey 2. And all day yesterday working on this list. Pairing with the what's on the Elden Ring wiki for all the see everything we were missing. Go to our guns. Main? Not sure if they're counted as main guns. As you see, early on, very early on in the World Warships development, like 6 years ago, Luigi was a little inconsistent on whether or not small caliber guns were considered main guns. Despite them being a main gun on a destroyer, on a battleship, it would have been a secondary gun. So a lot of small caliber main guns, at least on the very old ships, mainly the USN destroyers, some of them have their main gun textures be stored in the secondaries folder. I mean, whoever said I was done with Elden Ring? We reached the end of Elden Ring. Yes, we reached what's it called? The Starlight ending? No, it's not called the Starlight. The ending with Ranni. We did reach the ending of the game, but we didn't start Journey 2. Because there's still loads of things for us to explore, acquire, and such before we start a new game. Or Journey 2, rather. Now, some items are going to be unacquirable, but we should be able to get most of the items on the list. Actually, no, because this is an American folder, they don't use millimeters, inches. 5-inch. What's the caliber? It is 38 calibers. Barrel length. 5-inch 38. Not about that. Couldn't put giant guns on a battleship, then what's the purpose of a ship at all? True. I mean, there are battleship designs that have small caliber guns, main guns. For example, the Russian torpedo battleship. She is a battleship through and through in the sense that she's got like 400 millimeters of armor plating. Even her turrets are protected by like 500 millimeter plates. She's girthy, huge, but she's also fast. But her main battery is only 180 millimeter guns. And that is so that she can host 41 torpedo tubes per side. Or 82 torpedo tubes. She also has a turtleback armor scheme. Let me show you. Okay. Let's see, do I have it labeled? There it goes. I mean, yes, size does matter, but the idea of the torpedo battleship is that she's not going to take down other battleships with her main guns. Instead, she's going to use her impressive armor scheme and her impressive speed, which I think was supposed to be 28 or 30 knots, something like that. And basically, YOLO enemy battleships. She would use her very impressive armor, very thick values to her main battery guns. Very thick values to all the main armor plates. Her 180s would be used in order to rake the superstructure of the enemy battleship. But basically, this ship would approach the target and then unleash a full salvo of these 41 torpedo tubes into the enemy battleship. That's what this ship was designed to do. This is ridiculous of a design. Here you can see some of the armor values for this design. You can see it has a heavily sloped turtleback armor scheme with 63mm plates for the turtleback, which is behind a 450mm torpedo belt. Our 180mm guns have 500mm plates for the front, or their frontal protection. The 180s have 450mm coning. Sorry, not coning. Barbette armor. This ship is ridiculous. And she could do all this while also achieving a rather high speed of, I think it was 30 knots. If this thing were ever introduced to the game, I think this would easily be a tier 10. Because her armor scheme is basically equivalent to that of the Kremlin. But she's faster, much more rapid-fire Daka, and she can YOLO obliterate anything she gets close to with her torpedo tubes. Especially if they throw on the new gimmick that the new British battlecruisers have in having torpedo tubes that can basically go out and then go forward. Because that's literally what the new British battle cruisers have torpedo tubes that can. The torpedo will change which angle it's going on to go to the course. It's not tracking like submarine torpedoes, but it allows you to be able to fire, for example, this tube at an angle like this if you want it to. Alright, Winston, have fun at work. Don't die, please. I'll miss you. I'll be alive again tonight at 7. My usual time in order to do the Elden Ring stream tonight. Oh, yes, and of course, as you can see right here, she has Icebreaker Bow as well. So that would help her in her ability to charge a target. This ship is ridiculous, and I want it in the game. It's absurd. It's disgusting. It's vile. I want it. Users. Back to fixing those skins in the Mayhem. The torpedo tubes are 450mm, and if they decide to keep her with the old torpedo tubes of the era she was designed from, which was, I think, 1920s, where Russian torpedoes could really only do 4.5 kilometers max, I think that would be a good balancing factor, so that she doesn't just fucking obliterate everything she comes across. Also, because this ship's short stature, she's no doubtly going to be stealthy. Like the Kremlin is stealthy for reasons beyond me. Why the fuck the Kremlin needs to be a stealthy ship? Like she doesn't have enough going for her. She's also the stealthiest tier 10 battleship. In this water. There is 7. Right. Because the Americans don't want to use millimeters, they want to use inches. And measure things with hamburgers, kilometers, cows. Anything but the reasonable meter system. Oh yeah, this play, this sort of just ends abruptly, doesn't it? Yeah, that's a bit. Okay, do we play it again? Or, yes, absolutely. Play it again. As I was looking here. 38 Mark 24, which is our Mark 12 on a Mark 24 mount. Right. This may be what we're after. Let's test it by rendering that. See if that's reflected in game. Nope. Isn't it? I think this is the forward charge on the Mayhem. I'm gonna Photoshop fire for this. Andy? Andy, sorry. No, it's not the same file because it doesn't have any glow points on it. Rule that one out off the hop. Same one that we were just using. Maybe. It's a different copy of the same one, though. Let's render that and see if that is reflected in game. Yep, that is it. That's the one we need. Right. To our unpacked files. Nab the new version. Gun number 22. AGSO 22. Related files while we're at it. So all need updating. White. The inner side of the gun barrel, which will make shiny. size different? Yeah. Needs to be a 1024 texture. 1024. Okay. This texture also has the wood. Oh, I completely missed the fact that the forward turrets were also affected. By me checking. I was only paying attention to the rear turrets. That simplifies things. Oh, this particular song gives me PTSD, though. Of having to kill that fucking, Knight Cavalry. Attempting over and over for like a good fucking hour. And this particular track was playing the entire fucking time because that's the music that plays with the Knight Cavalry. Ugh. I'll definitely be killing it for reals, for legits, in Journey 2, though. Does confirm the slight bluish tinge there does confirm that it is supposed to be a glass. So right here. But yeah, all that to get Bloodhound stuff. And after the fact, after you helped me with that gentleman in order to get my hands on the Bloodhound step, I did more looking into seeing what the fuck I was doing wrong, and, well, I figured out what it was I was doing wrong. And in fact, there's actually other methods as well for killing the Knight's Cavalry. That particular one as well, to cheese him. Although I'm now strong enough in game that I don't need to cheese, I don't think. We will, in New Journey, just because I want to confirm that that the technique that I was trying to employ does in fact work. I was just messing something up, because apparently what I was doing wrong was I was looking towards the bridge. When you get to the top of the hill, you're supposed to look away from the bridge, but I was looking towards the bridge to see it die. But apparently how the cheese works is that if you're looking away, the game will try to save on processing power by unloading the bridge. It unloads the terrain that is behind you. But because I was looking towards the bridge wasn't getting unloaded, and when the Knight's Cavalry would teleport himself back to the bridge, he would just teleport, well, onto the bridge. If we looked away from the bridge, Knight's Cavalry would teleport him to the bridge, but the bridge would be gone, and then he would fall to his death. Apparently that's what I was doing wrong. Apparently in all my attempts, never once did I actually look away from the bridge during his teleport. There we go. Oh, we're missing these bits. That's fine, though. Locate them. Some of them are looking good. I think I want to add is these shells right here. I want to see if I can get them chromed up as well. And locate them in the texture. A lot of things here that could be the gun shell. The shells, but I'm not sure which it is. First guesstimation is going to be this right here. Just do that just to prototype. this time. For this, we missed our target object and hit something else. That's why I didn't worry about getting it exactly correct, all the edging. So we just have to try again and locate where the shells are. Suppose we could also make these shiny. It would make sense for the gears to be shiny and to be well polished parts. Are there any shells contained in this? What? I don't think there are. Previous version. Pretty sure the previous version of this gun had the shell. Had shells sitting in the rack ready to be fired, but it seems this one doesn't. Huh. Disappointing, but okay. Is over to the dead version of this. Well, get rid of the gear bits because we don't need those painted in on this. Bits we want to be glowing red. Destroy the turret. And glow red, we some blue here. Save them all because I'm confident that we've got it right. Looking as it should. Now, that would be the Mayhem texture started and completed in just about 2.5 hours. Nice. Onto the Benson. Now, the Benson is going to be a little bit of a two-parter because we also have to do a little bit of work on the clone of the Benson, the Lo Yang, because she received a little bit of updates. She's still using the old model, but her main battery guns got tweaked a little. I'll show you what I mean. Go to Lo Yang. Notice her number 4 turret got its model replaced entirely. It used to be a model that had a sort of hood on the I don't know, leather or whatever soft material they were using to cover this turret. But they've decided in updating this turret model right here, they decided to open it up so you can see the inside of the turret, which is very interesting. Very curious why they decided to do that. But what this does mean is that now the Liu Yang, because she's using the old model, she now effectively has her own bump map. Because before she didn't. She was sharing her bump map with the Benson. So as long as they don't update the Liu Yang to make it so it's sharing again, I can upgrade slightly the texture for the Liu Yang, which is extremely bonkers to me, at least. I think Liu Yang also needs maybe a little work. I think something similar happened to her. I don't remember. So I think this time we'll inverse our process a little bit by working on the turrets first and then working on the ship. So something I must verify first is there's several clones of this particular 5-inch 38 Mach 24 turret that the Benson uses. I need to verify whether or not the other clones of this particular turret got updated as well. Before we move on. Like this one right here. Compare it to what's in here. AGS 037. AGS 037 is retired? Longer being used? Honey? R11 MS1. Okay. I mean, that's efficient for them to be scrapping useless duplicates within the same nation, at least. So, I mean, what ships in-game would actually be using this turret? Probably easier to check that way. Pretty sure the possibly Farragut. Look fine. Maybe we already fixed them. Nicholas doesn't use those turrets. Other ships that would use those turrets as secondaries, however. There is the Lexington, I think uses them as secondaries. This is the very short barreled 25 caliber ones, so back the Ranger. Midway uses a different model of 127. More modern 54 caliber. Some cruisers also had them as secondaries. Mid-tier cruisers. Well, that's the 25 caliber. Also 25 caliber. One and 25. Mix of the 25 and the 51s. SPR 51s on the New York. 51s on the Wyoming. 76s on the South Carolina. Okay, so maybe this gun wasn't as common as I thought it was. Monaghan? Monaghan uses these turrets. Correct. Hill. Stores look fine. Okay, I'm beginning to be convinced that it's all fine. But it's all ships that have the 127 38 guns appears to be fine. Wichita uses them and seems fine. Seems like they've been updated correctly. All right, I think we are good. So confuse that with the Yorktown, which is in the files. The Yorktown is in the files, but it's still not visible in game, interestingly enough. Yorktown is more than likely they're probably intending to throw that into the support carrier tech tree. They announced that Yorktown and the Hornet both come to the game at the same time, but Hornet's been released to the public to purchase for the past how long has it been? 2 or 3 patches now? Right, onto these 127s. Mark 38s on a Mark 12. On Mark 12 on a Mark 21 modification 0 mount. main folder, I think. Here it is. AGM 183. That is an unusually large portion of the texture being dedicated to the inside of the gun barrel. Goddamn. So am I certain this is the full size of the texture? When it's only 512 by 512, that seems unusually small. The unpack AGM 183. Yeah, there's the full size. There's no DDZ vials for it, alright. Weird. Very weird. Paste. Give me a moment, taking off my shirt. It's getting too hot in here. There we go. Shirtless. Granted as being a VTuber, you can wear whatever the fuck you want. And not have to worry about your audience judging you. Even stream in the nude if you wanted to. And I've done that. Ah. The reason I do that is because the areas that are going to be red are same areas that will be white. The red will never extend past where the white would be painted, which is why it is most efficient to be storing the red within the white folder. This is a very unusual. It confuzzles me because these turn. I mean, is this literally the only example of this 127mm turret right here? Because obviously one's very, very similar to it, but I mean, doesn't look at all updated on other ships, so it must be unique to the Benson and maybe the Liu Yang. It odd. It is. Odd it is. Very odd indeed. Sims. No, the Sims doesn't get updated until next patch, so I'll have to work on you as well. Once the test server comes out, of course. Where I'll actually be able to download the necessary files. Oh, that's interesting. The Sims has the already had an update with the turret. Replaced with that similar variant that the Liu Yang is using. That's interesting. That's something I never noticed until now. That also requires some fixing. Sims Black also affected. Jargon. Sims Black is still using the old version, which has the upper on the turret. Really interesting. Very curious. There's no real way we're binging the Benson today. Benson tomorrow's stream. And then probably the Fletcher. I imagine we can probably get the Fletcher done tomorrow. Both Benson and the Fletcher. Because I already have preliminary work done on the Fletcher after all. Gives us a head start. are these rivets along this line right here is for. Very interesting. Ah, that's what they're for. They're for this handrail here. Is that a handrail or is it a footrail? I don't know. Probably for if a crew member has to go on top of the turret for some reason. Maintenance, repairing damage. I haven't saved the first file at all in all this time. Blimey, that could have been bad if for some reason the program crashed or something. That would have been all the work done on. Reduced to atoms. These viewports right here are definitely unique to this version of the 127 armored turret. Which ought to be why this version of the turbo car is its own new model. Presume, at least. Yeah, it's cleaner. Oh. Polished. I mean, it's a very small part. I don't know why they dedicated so much of the texture file just to that one bit. Very strange. Typically it'd be half the size. That corner there, so that same here. Consistency sake. should just about do it. Pretty simple turret shape. See anything else that requires my attention? Render and save it just to double confirm that that is done right before we start rendering everything out. Yep. Looks right to me. That's some weird fragmentation going on right there in the texture. Very weird fragmentation. Yeah. Modify my render setting. This should fix that. For an Intel render, should do the trick. Is that? Yep, it's fixed it. Good. Guten Tag. Transferring the information to only other files that need it. The glow. You've shimmer. Oh, shimmering effects. Copy both of these. That version. I want both of these to be glowing red. That version, we just yeah. Clean up the blue channel. Don't get any bits we don't want glowing. texture. There. And final inspection looks good. Looks absolutely fine. Now then, on the Loyang, there's a Loyang using this turret model now. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, Loyang is only using this new turret. That and the Loyang's seems to be using a new metallic gloss map, because that's not glowing like it should be. So that seems fine. Also, Loyang's secreted tubes also been retextured and needs fixing. That was the same case with Benson. Presumably, you would think so, considering the Loyang and the Benson are the same ship, historically. Benson was sold to the sold or loaned to China. To China, or is it Taiwan? Remember which navy this ship ended, which Asian fleet this ship ended up in. But it is the USS Benson, not just a Benson class, that it is the USS Benson. So, two instances of the same ship being in the game twice. Torpedoes do need updating, okay. It was hard to spot the fact that these textures are broken, but they are. Alright. We'll fix this texture first, and then we'll get on to the tubes. Also, aren't these the same ones being shared by the Mayhem, and we just missed that effect? Yes, they are. It's just not easy to spot the fact that this texture is actually broken. Right. Okay. Now, identifying this turret texture right here. It's 5-inch. It's not 127. It is 5-inch because America. Americans wanting to be difficult and having things their way. This one might be in secondaries folder. Looking for the distinctive sort of netting that I spotted in the texture file. Alright, there it is. This netting right here is what I was talking about. Right. Just render this just to confirm that this is indeed the texture we're after. That texture turns gray. No, it's the right one. Yes, it is. Neat. AGSO38. AGSO38. Oh, it seems to be having a very, very similar texture to the one that we just worked on. In fact, we may be able to just overlap the one that we just worked on onto this, which then begs the question, what's the bloody point? If it's the same model and same texture, why duplicate it? Yeah. Ouija. Why must you be difficult? Oh, and not only that, it's a smaller texture file. Reopen AGM 183. Oh, copy. Simply paste it here. Looks correct, but the only thing that's different is the colorization on the roof. What we'll do is we'll still make a fresh texture, just copy the work we did over. Refill the masks. Reflect it. Open a Photoshop file for that. There we go. Select. Okay, so you can see it is indeed actually slightly different. Remarkably similar, but okay. But everything is just subtly. Every single detail needs. Means there's no point in transferring anything. Thank you, Ouija. Making my life more difficult than it needs to be. Alright, I'm good. Got 15 minutes left in the stream. Gone by quickly, isn't it? For me it is, at least. Alright, I was in the middle of grabbing the normal map. There. Forgot to actually empty the file first. Empty the mask first. The rat gone, ain't it? Very good. Gone. I had it in my mind the correct person, I just mixed the name up. I'll show you. Radagon is the person possessing Queen America. I imagine it's sort of a possession thing. Gentleman Elrod, you're still here. I wasn't sure. Glad you are here. Still here. Been silent for quite some time. But yes, as I noticed in my... at the ending of the game, after killing Radagon... Well, first of all, when Radagon was in his crucified position, you could clearly see it was Marika's body. Based off of the, presence of her, breasts. But then when we were fighting them, breasts were gone. So clearly the body transformed into that of Radagon's body. But then after we defeated Radagon, and in the end credit scene, it had reverted back to Marika's body. So clearly it's more like... At least Marika is the default version of the body. And it's like Radagon possesses or takes over. Something I haven't checked. Am I able to go back into the room where Radagon is at? Or is that room now sealed off? I haven't checked after defeating them. Something else I noticed is the fact that Radagon's weapon is Marika's hammer. So that's interesting. It wasn't clear if they are two separate entities or if it is just Marika. Well, the fact that the body transforms when you're fighting Radagon, to me, suggests that it's... To me, I think it's a possession thing. Because Marika just abruptly abandons her previous husband for Radagon at some point. So I think there's a possession thing going on. Because her previous husband was Godfrey, wasn't it? Godfrey, aka Hoarah. Or am I wrong on that? Oops, I bumped the microphone. Apologies. That's correct. Alright. Alright. And one thing that I don't entirely get is... We fight a ghost of Godfrey, and then we fight We fight the ghost of Godfrey, and then we later fight the real Godfrey. What's that about? Is there some time travel shenanigans, or what? Take a look again, because I remember the family tree is fucking convoluted as all hell. Elden Ring family tree. Yeah, Marika and Radagon are somehow, in a way, the same person. Good phrase, KK Harlow. Yeah, and I am correct. Mikla and Melania are twins. I said that, and you disagreed with me that, Gentleman Eldritch, when we were fighting Melania. I was discussing that, and no, it was when we were fighting Moog that I was just talking about Mikla, and you were saying Mikla and Moog are brothers, and they're half brothers. They are half brothers. They aren't full-blooded brothers like Mikla and Melania. Hogan, you also said that. Yes, you also said that. About Mogwin. Mogwin fit into this. And we fight underneath the lane now. Underneath the subterranean shunning grounds, or at the bottom of the subterranean shunning grounds of Mogwin. Does he fit into this tree? Or is Mogwin and Mo the same person? Or like Mo projecting himself into Mogwin as sort of like a spirit thing, like Luke Skywalker projected himself across in the shit sequels. Yes, Mikla and Melania are Empyreans. I believe Rani is also supposed to be an Empyrean. Or at least she's supposed to be an Empyrean, but she sort of shed her original body. Or at least I'm pretty sure she's supposed to be an Empyrean. That's one take on the family tree. There are many different interpretations to what the family tree is because some of the details are clearly very unclear. Rani is an Empyrean, so Rani being an Empyrean would suggest that Melania, Rykard, and Radahn are also Empyreans. Because why just Rani though? Because she has exactly the same parents as Melania, Rykard, and Radahn. Why would only Rani be the Empyrean? That doesn't make sense to me. Okay. Okay, so Ranni is daughter to Rennala, but more of an adoptive sense, whereas she would be more. Okay, so Ranni's parents is Radagon and Queen Marika, or if. So Queen Marika and Radagon, despite being the same people, despite being the same person, is able to conceive. That's a bit confusing. That patient there. Until we find out more about what Radagon really is, because we won't know how that whole spiel works. The thing is, it's not like there's a lot of room for them to be able to expand, because, or at least the current history of Dark Souls games, they've had at most 2 DLC updates, if I understand correct. Which means for actual content updates, there are only 2 chances for them to be able to flesh this out for us. A lot of room for them to do it. Okay. And I would imagine the DLC, or at least the first DLC for Elden Ring will probably come out in 2023, and then the second DLC will come out in 2024. At least in my understanding of the history of the Dark Souls games, that's generally the spacing for the DLC updates. Am I correct on that? And it's also possible. Eldritch. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I would love it if there were more than just 2 updates, DLC updates for Elden Ring. I mean, there's the precedent in the sense that the Elden Ring is their best selling game ever. That maybe they'll consider going more than just 2, like they did with other Dark Souls games. It's hard to say. Now, I know very little about the Dark Souls franchise as a whole. Basically, every Dark Souls game has its own contained story that is not continued at all, right? So, if we get an Elden Ring 2, for example, the story wouldn't be continued, right? It's not likely to be continued in an Elden Ring 2. And that's if they decide to do an Elden Ring 2 or call it out something else entirely. A strategy guide that should explain more of the lore. Well, I would hope so, that the book would actually add to the lore. I would hope it would be more than just strat guides, because if people wanted strat guides, they could just watch fucking YouTube. It does add lore, and I may look into actually purchasing a copy myself. I mean, one thing that they could use to easily inject a bunch of additional lore is, in case you've never noticed, altered versions of clothing, when you alter it, you get a new set of lore or expanded lore. So an easy way that they could inject a whole bunch of lore without actually having to add in a whole lot of content is to simply add more alteration options to various outfits. Honestly, I do hope that they take more utilization of the alteration systems, because the clothing alteration system is a little underwhelming in the game. But it is interesting, both in how you can chain the ability. Yeah. I understand Miyazaki is very picky in how the game looks. But surely they could still, like, add a limited color picking system with alterations, clothing alterations. I get he may not want us to be doing, like, turning our characters neon pink. I get that. But maybe, like, be able to pick fine dyes in the game that are like a blue or a red. Colors that are already present on various armor pieces, but be able to apply them to other pieces. I think that would be fog. Another way that they could introduce, and I don't think this is likely that they would do this, but I think it would be amazingly cool if they did, is ability to make one armor piece look like a different armor piece of your choice. So, like, sort of armor mimicking as in a customization thing. So, let's say you want take your bull goat armor. Let's say you don't like how the bull goat armor looks like. So instead you make it look like clean rot armor. It'll still have all the stats, or maybe at least most of the stats of the bull goat armor, but it'll look like you're wearing clean rot armor. That way you don't have to worry about Miyazaki's concern of how the game looks, because I know he's picky on that. It would still be making the game look like it does now, but you're a little more free to wear what you want. I think that would be very, very cool. Is there any sort of system like that in previous Souls games? I don't know. You tell me. Because if there is in that system in previous games, then there's precedent for it, but I've never played the other Souls games. At most you can make it so your helm doesn't show. Okay. Well, the fact that they added an alteration system at all shows that they're at least maybe willing to expand on player swag. Also, a repeating theme that I believe is in previous Souls games is your ability to turn into a dragon, or at least a sort of dragon-ish hybrid. Not in Elden Ring, so I imagine that would be a thing that they'd bring in. And I think if they did, it could be act as sort of a way for dragon incantations to instead of having a magical dragon head appear above your head, instead, if you go full into the dragon magic, it'll come out of your dragon mouth instead. I think that would be cool, because I really don't like the aesthetic of having a magical dragon head just appear above your head to do the magic. I think it would be a lot more cool if you could transform yourself into a sort of dragon creature. To be doing that magic if you wanted to. If you wanted to go full in on that. At most, all you can do is get dragon eyes. Unlock enough dragon magic at the Dragon Communion Cathedral and your eyes turn into dragon eyes. That's certainly the most subtle version of it. A repeating theme, as I understand it from watching various YouTube videos, is how transforming into a dragon is thematically impossible. Rather, you turn it into some sort of half-dragon creature. And that's not just a player, that's also NPCs, characters who have attempted to turn into a dragon through various magical means, but end up as some sort of cursed hybrid. And that's in Elden Ring as well, in terms of the Dragonkin warriors, I believe, are supposed to be originally human who transform themselves into that sort of dragon-like thing, but not quite a dragon. The worms are also like that. The magma worms are also beings who used to be human who transform themselves. So I understand a lore thematically, you can't ever turn your player into a proper dragon. As cool as that would be, of course. Maybe they'll introduce a way to turn Torrent into a dragon. Which brings up the other idea of they could really expand upon the mount system. Currently, you just have Torrent as your option, but maybe they could introduce a way for you to be able to like steal steal the mount from another mob, like the Knights Cavalry. You could get those as a horse, or you could get one of the horses off of the merchants. Big Hat, welcome. How are you doing? We're nearing the end of the first stream of today. We'll be doing Elden Ring tomorrow. We'll be doing Elden Ring later tonight. How are you doing, Big Hat? Currently, right now, we're working on my texture mods for World of Warships. And I've added this new slot early in the day so that I can do consistent work on this. Because this is going to take months of work to be able to get up to date with my World of Warships mod pack. So we'll currently work on the texture of this turret right here. Let's do a test render, see if it's working correct. Settings look fine. Reload the texture by flipping from one ship to another. There we go. It's looking correct. Yes. Right. Okay, very similar turret to this one, but just subtly different enough that I had to make a completely brand new texture, annoyingly. I might play the other Dark Souls games once I feel like I'm done with Elden Ring. No promises, though. But if you guys want to see me do it, then maybe. Yeah, I think the dragon lore, I think, could definitely be expanded in Elden Ring in the DLC updates. Like, I think it would be fucking awesome to be able to fight Placidusax in his prime. Version of Placidusax that we fight, of course, is one who survived the war against Leyndell, but is missing 3 of his 5 heads, as well as many other body parts. So I think it would be amazing to be able to fight Placidusax as he was when he was Elden Lord. That's something I hope to see in DLC. Well, I mean, several shit has gone down. There have been many instances of all the shit going down in Elden Ring, because, of course, there was the war between the dragons and Leyndell, and then there was also the war between Malenia and General Radahn, and then there's also possible other conflicts that are alluded to, like in the trailer for Elden Ring, there's clearly a battle going on between Leyndell and the denizens of the Lands Between. We saw an army with trolls and a bunch of other creatures attacking Leyndell. I'm not too certain about what that war is all about. But definitely want to know more about that. There's clearly a much more recent battle than the war against the dragons, because I know, or at least I'm pretty sure, the ancient dragon cult was formed after the purge of the dragons, because the ancient dragon cult is their goal is sort of bring back the age of the dragons, I think. Well, Plaza Deus Ex is waiting for his god to return, his outer god to return to the world. That, of course, could be DLC, his god returning. Well, because dragons are dangerous. So you fear what is dangerous. You fear things that you cannot control yourself. That is why there was a purge on dragons. Greyoll was, of course, trying her best to repopulate the dragons, but what I imagine happened was Greyoll was probably trying her best to repopulate the dragons, but then the war between Malenia and Radahn swept Caelid and turned Caelid into the hole it is, and Greyoll was sort of caught in the crossfire. I think that's what happened to Greyoll, and that's why she is sort of disabled and doing her best, just resting, trying to regain her strength, until a bunch of filthy Tarnish come along to use her as a credit farm. Clearly, of course, there are individuals in the world who are very, very fond of the dragons. Notably, Grafted fellow. Godric? Yes, Godric. Godric the Grafted. He was obviously very fond of the dragons. Wouldn't be surprised if he was in fact part of the dragon cult. Although there's nothing in the lore that I'm aware of that suggests he was, I wouldn't be surprised if he was part of the dragon cult. Yes, and how much he was revering just the body of a very young-ish dragon there. Which I assume is a fairly young dragon because it was very small compared to all the other dragons in the game. Yeah. I mean, him attaching the dragon to his arm is cool and all, but the fact that it is the ultimate example of boss weapon versus version you get when you unlock the weapon. Like, goddamn the difference. Like, have you seen the version of that weapon that you get to unlock if you want it? It's pitiful. Possibly one of the weakest weapons in the game. Godric Remembrance. The Grafted Dragon. Yeah, like, look at this. Look at this pitiful thing. Fist weapon. And we've Grafted Dragon. Elden Ring. look at that. One of the video, I just wanted the image. Yeah. Well, maybe it's not as weak as I thought it was, but I haven't seen this video. Maybe it's a decent weapon, but still, it is still the ultimate example of boss weapon when they have it versus when you have it. It doesn't even look like the same thing. I mean, it could be a bit. Real. I don't know. I haven't read the description of that weapon because I don't have that weapon myself yet. I went for the axe rather than the Fanging Dragon. But maybe he kidnapped it from Grail. Or maybe he didn't kidnap it. It's probably one of Grail's children. Morrowind, no. Indeed. Although I do hope that they do more to make it so that more builds are actually viable. Not just everybody running fucking Rivers of Blood or Moonveil. Like, when I start Journey 2 in Elden Ring, I'm going to be running sights. I'm going full edge on that. I'm going for an edgy build. Because why not? Because it is cringe because it is cringe, and accepting one's cringe makes you based. Specifically, I'm going for the Grave Scythe. Okay, Grave Scythe. Yes, so this is the weapon I plan to be using in Journey 2. In fact, I'm going to be using 3 of these. All of them in my right hand, with a different Ash of War on each one. That way, when I cycle through weapons, I'm basically just cycling through Ashes of War. Whichever Ash of War is most appropriate for the situation. The Troll Sword, yes. The Troll Sword is one of the weapons I don't have yet. Right? Troll's Golden Sword. I don't have that weapon yet. This is a list that I compiled yesterday of all the weapons and armors I'm still missing. Which will begin our journey to collect all these tonight. So I'm in the middle of a dungeon right now where we left off, so we'll complete that dungeon. And then begin on our journey of collecting all of the weapons and armors that I am still missing. I mean, I thought I was pretty thorough in my gameplay, in my first gameplay through, and yet I'm missing all of these weapons and armors and other stuff. Even missing crafting books. took me, and I'm not exaggerating, this list took me 8 hours to compile yesterday of me just looking at the wiki and seeing what I have in my inventory. This list took me 8 hours to do yesterday. So I imagine it's definitely going to take maybe a couple weeks for me to collect everything here before we start Journey 2. And some of these items I won't be able to acquire at all because I missed out on a certain quest line or something pertaining some of these items. Okay, let's finish this and then we'll be ending the stream. And then I'll be live again at 3 hours later. In case you're not in my time zone. We'll be down for 3 hours and then we'll be back with Elden Ring. 3 hours, right? 4 o'clock is 5, 6, 7. Yes, that's 3 hours. A 3-hour break where I'll be able to do anything I need to do, eat dinner, etc. And then we'll be back. Once we're done with this turret, we'll do that. And that's going to be the repeating schedule for all the way until Thursday. And then starting Friday, instead of doing Elden Ring, we'll be doing World of Warships. That's the schedule for the week. Although for Saturday and Sunday, I won't be doing a skinning stream early in the day because I want actual time to be able to do other things like watch anime and other things that make life worth living. Right on there. That up there. And we'll do a render. Render it all out, and that should be that. And then I guess we could raid somebody. If there's somebody you want me to raid, let me know. Otherwise, I'll pick somebody from my current live list. Probably one of the other Skelly Bros. Right, okay, and that should do it. We'll refresh the texture here. Didn't get as much of the Benson that I wanted to do done, but we got caught up with the Elden Ring discussion, which is fine, of course. Discussing Elden Ring is definitely hip and cool and fun nowadays. Alright, turret looks perfectly good. Right. Okay, let's find a raid target. Ladies and Moors. Ooh, yeah, I think we will raid. Let's see. Let's see. we'll raid Vividette. Vividette. On the other skeletal VTubers. I think she only just recently went live, so we'll give her a little boost. So, raid message is, of course, as per usual, that we are sharing our milk with her. And then spam my milk emojis in her chat to a reasonable degree, of course. Right? The raid will start in less than 10 seconds. In the meantime, well, I'll see you guys later today. Take care of yourselves in the meantime. Have fun. Mm.